Okay, this is going right back out. Because they're still not arrested and there are these horrible guys like heavy breathing. Maybe something. Somebody needs to arrest them. That's true. It's pretty not for kids. What happens when you put smart TVs in every room? Because somebody's gonna kill you. That's what you're doing on smart TVs in every room. Somebody's going to do it anyway because you're so incredible. You've been so incredibly bad. Nobody's ever done everything you're doing. Horrible. Some people have, but they went to prison for their lives. Dude is like Ted Bundy. Yeah, it's really scary. I need this. These men need to be arrested right now. No, you can't kidnap me and start me. Jeez, that's so creepy. What is? These incredibly creepy guys can't stalk on my cell phone anymore. Stalk you on your cell phone? Yeah. There's crazy men stalking on my cell phone. Like the cell phone's like in my car, so they just GPS me on my cell phone everywhere I go. It's like 2,270 miles, 33 hours. I've tried to get them to stop. It's just they stalk you on your cell phone, and your cell phone knows where you are. They're actually able to do that, which needs to be stopped. It's horrible. Are you watching what I'm watching on the, or I'm looking at on the internet? That's really creepy. creepy man needs to stop snorting again. Cool, please. I called everyone. This has been on for like 10 minutes. These creepy people need to be arrested already. I can't believe they weren't arrested or nobody did anything to arrest them. Maybe another night of this. I need these men in custody now, all of them. I have for a million years that these guys have to go to jail right now. Why aren't these men in jail, on their way to jail? What's going on? Okay, I'm getting stopped by like complete criminal monsters. That must be absolutely out of their minds. Oh, yeah. No, you're not depressing all, dude. Creepy. The police need to arrest you right now. Okay? Really creepy guy. You need to stop stalking me. There's like a schizophrenic dude that's really evil that has to be arrested. So he's not getting arrested today. This is like you all need to be arrested. Every single one of you need to be arrested. The entire sheriff's department in Arkansas and North Carolina needs to be arrested. Like every single one above a certain rank. Well, because that guy is like really bad and he's just sitting there somewhere. You should have arrested him already. You all need to be arrested because that's a pedophile and you're not arresting him. And it's like, no, he's not bad. I mean, it's really, he just should have been, whoever that man is, should have been taken into custody a long time ago. Get away from me. Nicely. Would you please get these men into custody? I don't know what that thing said. Fortunately, yeah. It's really awful. No, the criminals have to go to jail right now. Whoever's stalking me has to go to jail right now. It's a guy that'll like do anything, I think. Could. I mean, it's a really bad guy. Nobody's allowed to do all that. You're a really bad, heavy breathing person. There's a guy that stalks my cell phone really badly, and whenever he like, I'm being stalked really badly, and it has something to do with the rest of it. The guy's a total loser, though. Oh yeah, I mean it's ridiculous. He has to be arrested right now. It's really evil. It's really creepy. The men stalking me have to be arrested now. It's like the whole point of this. There's like a guy really breaking the law, and he has to be arrested right now. I've been absolutely terrorized by this monster. I'm just trying to like survive. It's like a hostage situation out here. The guy is breaking the law so much. He breaks the law 24/7. I mean, he's such. I mean, he's a every law that God man. This guy like I don't know what he does, but that's correct. I mean, he's breaking the law like all the time, every day. It's so creepy. What are you doing? Um, Having to leave this on because that person is so bad. You haven't caught how bad this guy is in the last 2 months. I mean, it's a really bad guy. I'm not making it up, and I couldn't imagine. Like, it's the weirdest noises ever. It's so incredibly creepy. No, no, a person has to stop stalking me. It has stuff on the end. It's absolutely awful. The police said no to stopping it. I've reported it to a lot of police, but my phone line's cut, I think. It's not funny. It's actually like really serious crime. Poor me. I don't know. I just want to be alone, asleep in my bed, and then I'll. Yeah, I'll go back to doing whatever I do that and have a better time of it without you, so that nobody calls the police about me. I'm not sure that's what this is about. Like, I have no idea what it's about. Crime, but I have no idea why. I mean, it's absolutely horrible. They just do stuff to me, and there's nothing I can do, and I report it to everybody. It needs to end. These incredibly bad criminals need to go to jail. It's actually like really bad crime. That's just it was been like discussed. Like now you're just gonna do all this. After you like got the Wake County courts to do all that other stuff for you. I guess what they did was so extreme. Right? I mean, they mustn't have not known what was going on, but it's like it went on for a whole year. A little. It's like a conference call in your house all the time. Something on the computer. Okay, I'm in the shower. You've been here for a week, stalking or something. I'm calling the police. Can't stalk me anymore. But I already called all the police. I had to take a shower. It's really creepy. Well, that's what it is. He'll sit there and he watches the internet with you. Like he watches just everything you do on the internet. It's creepy. They'll sit and watch like music videos and Netflix with you. I mean, it's just really icky. Oh, it's beyond criminal and icky. And they have nothing but like absolute open criminal interest in everything. They commit a felony a second around here these days. And nobody arrests them. It's totally normal. It's not funny. Whoever's on the other end of that, like Cox box, well, it is. That's what's doing it. They broke in and put their own cell phone in the wall so they can do whatever they do on. Right? Yeah. It's just creepy. It's so creepy. Somebody needs to arrest them. They're really bad men. I'm positive. I don't know why. It's a long drive from here to Florida. My mother and father did it. I don't want to go driving back. Glad they survived. Goodness. My mother got COVID and the flu. She was really sick. She lost a bunch of weight. Scary. She didn't take it that seriously, but it was like, I mean, she might have. It was scary. She got too thin. It was really weird. Scary. And I'm sure I'll make it to Florida. Okay. Oh, come on. Get this in custody now, you animal filth! You lowest animals ever born! You lowest! Get this in custody now, you disgusting sewer white trash animal beasts! You lowest animals ever born! You criminal monstrosity of the Lord swastika of the beast of filth! Whatever brought gang rape the animal, John Wayne the pig beast, gang rape Gacy, and the Wick County Prosecutor's Office, the lowest animals ever born, the lowest in country's legal system or infrastructure, an animal in a uniform, the lowest monstrosity that could ever exist, these beasts in the skin of an animal, the lowest animals ever born, the monstrosity of gang rape the animal, full distribution, gang rape by now, the most disgusting legal system in country to ever exist because Tony is a bestial thing, the lowest man has ever sought, the incredible filth of everything done except by the lowest men ever born. Animals so incredibly foul, a country indeed so incredibly low, the lowest the human race could ever see, the lowest, the incredible foulness of the animals. The most disgusting animal ever born, a beast so low, the swastika of the lowest the sewer could ever hold, a sewer, an animal so low, the most disgusting monstrosity of filth, that is so incredibly foul, the lowest beast ever born, a country and a legal system so incredibly filthy with everything done and said. Because a man dared to say he said he had every right to gang rape women and children as much as he wanted to here. With the dirtiest animal ever born, John Wayne home invasion, the beast, the most horrific place that could ever exist. A place so filthy, so incredibly foul and low, the lowest the human race could ever see. A place so incredibly evil that no evil could ever be lower or worse. The most evil ever said or done by the lowest animals ever born. Animals so incredibly, disgustingly, bestially, monstrously foul and criminal. The most evil and low criminal animals ever born. The dirtiest, the most disgusting, the foulest, the lowest legal system to ever exist. Somebody said jurisdiction. Good, I'm glad the most disgusting criminals, unimaginable, the ugliest animal, the most evil, the lowest ever born. Animals so incredibly filthy and disgusting, evil and low, the lowest animal that things the human race could or has ever had it. Okay, an animal at a country club golf course. Or they'd shoot up his gang rape and nettle, the most evil animal, the most disgusting monsters, animals so filthy, the dirtiest and lowest animals. Incredible evil of the lowest the human race or could ever sink on the same level. Well, a netto was allowed in communities just to be as much of a predator as an netto could be. And the incredibly filthy animal, the most disgusting monster animal, it just belongs in our community, the most disgusting beast ever born. the incredible lowness of the most evil animal ever born, the dirtiest monsters to ever wear the skin of animals or man, the dirtiest and lowest, a crack sewer animal rat thing, so incredibly foully, criminally low, the lowest, most disgusting animals ever born or could ever exist. Quality so foul, and the ugliest beast ever born. Animals and beasts so filthy and low, and a country that would harbor beasts so incredibly foul and low. No, because the dirtiest animal ever born, the ugliest and the lowest lifetime that you could ever exist in, because the bestial pig, Tony the retarded man, was alive. He's smarter than day is. Tony's job for the dirtiest animal, the incredible foul ugliness of the animals brought into the lowest and come out and they could ever be. The swastika of the incredible filthiness of the state beast in play, the lowest government animal, the lowest animal ever born, the most foul and disgusting sewer of a swastika of the lowest a country could ever be or send. The most incredibly evil animal, the dirtiest and lowest man ever born, an animal so low, a country so low, the lowest man, animals, the Arkansas Sheriff's Department, animals so incredibly filthy and low. No, I said there I was allowed to rate parents, but saying what? When a man like the incredible, evil and lowness. Apparently, the people that you have running around the sewer of the halls of the foulest an institution could ever be, were the lowest man ever born. The dirtiest, the stupidest, the most disgusting and worthless animals and things, so incredibly, criminally thieving and low. Did they dare to say, no, this belongs to no one? There's nothing here. The incredible evil of bringing a monster as bad as these animals into communities. The unbelievable amounts of crime committed. So I need to arrest these men right now. You've needed to arrest these men all throughout, and everything these men have done, everybody at the sheriff's department and every single person responsible for arresting these men or not reporting these men or not investigating further, and to what degree need to be held responsible for everything these men have done and said. Which is going to be a ridiculous amount of crime. They're going to have been sexually assaulting children in the same way they've been sexually assaulting and stalking me. Whoever these dudes are. And you're going to have needed to have gotten them in custody as soon as they popped up on any sort of radar, because they're going to have committed incredible amounts of crime. they're gonna have been like sexually assaulted tons of people. You need to be charged with everything they've done because we're on planet Earth in America. I don't know what you brought into communities that these people go into like paroxysms of hatred. This. You lady, well, that could be a threat on, what the hell are you talking about? A threat on what? Totally. The guy is sexually assaulting me and stalking me and talking about raping and murdering families and children. I mean, it's a bad thing to be a pedophile. Did you lose a bet? Oh, no, this guy is just as happy as a clam and from hell. Just pedophilia. Yeah. The most explicit. Okay, well, I guess I won my case, right? If nobody's around and you could mess up catching us. Oh, I've been reporting you for 1,000,000 years. Like, you've been extremely bad on day one. So I reported you day one. That's correct. Well, what's jurisdiction again, everyone in the legal system? Sorry, you hated everybody so much. There's nobody like there's people to hate, but there's nobody in the entire city or town. I mean, kind of, but not really. Like, most people moved away. It was like, there's nothing in it. It's horrible. It's depressing. The ugliest and most evil men I've ever met or could have met. Same with these. Poor quality, and they need to clean it up. I don't really care. It was some of the most evil crime you could possibly live through. Yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, it was absolutely unbelievable. This is your life in America as a person. As an American citizen and a woman in 2026, my life has been to get kidnapped and then just stalked to death by the lowest, roughest men possible. And no matter how many places I report it, the cops will not arrest them. I've been reporting, I mean, it has been so incredibly desperate as to having these guys arrested right now for so long. I mean, it is so incredibly bad. And these sons of bitches have not, they need to be, I want them charged with everything they've done to me. Every single thing they've done to me. The entire sheriff's department and all power that was in a position that goes for FBI and everybody else. Was in a position to actually do something. Like investigate, arrest, investigate even. Who actually was capable of investigating in American law enforcement? It's a lot of sexual assault and abuse. The incredible explicitness. Really, and the fact that they just will not stop, go away and stop interacting, and then they're just incredibly abusive, and sexually abusive and everything else. I'm an adult, so I'm it's horrifying, but it's incredibly horrifying. And I'm getting away from the massage therapy of it. I don't know what, and there's a crazy man that's making an egg quilt out of sex and kidnapping and sex slaves. I mean, the egg quilt out of sex slaves, well, he's a pedophile. On Alexa, which is going to scare the crap out of it. But I mean, it's so bad because it just doesn't go away. And they're extremely explicit. They sexually assault you. There's never been anybody more explicit than these guys. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the hell it is. It's so scary. And what now? And what? I mean, they're really, really evil.
That's our new guys. Nobody was taking us seriously. So now we talk about really explicit stuff.
Okay, you talk about really explicit stuff. What does that mean? You're sitting in like a cubicle, like sexually assaulting me with your friends. And you need to be arrested like right now. None of this should ever have happened to me. It has nothing to do with me. I've done like nothing at all. I turned in everywhere to everybody to check. Incredible amounts of sexual abuse, domestic violence, crime. I mean, just incredible. Like, that guy is incredibly bad, a sex offender. All the crime has been incredibly bad. They stalked me for another like 4 years since 2022. Absolutely just beat the shit out of me, and I'm saying, Tornado, the police need to go. The police gotta go. So the Wake County Prosecutor's Office that did all this has to go to prison. You can't kidnap me, and the problem is the kidnapping, original kidnapping is actually what happened, and someone has to go check because I called the police about it a million years ago. And now something stalks me, and I called the police about it. It's this really strange time. That someone dangerous. It stalked me really badly in my house. Or seemed dangerous. Well, when you can hear them, it doesn't. I mean, what I'm describing now is like, I mean, what now?
And the last guys, they killed the girl with the Mexican kid.
Yeah, I'm more articulate than that.
Kinda, not really.
And they could go in there. Get in there. Oh. You child stuff into a wall out of somebody that looks like those dudes. Yeah. This group of men is really insane. They need to get rid of them. No, the evidence of course was there. So then I reported crazy men stalking. You wouldn't believe how bad these men have stalked me. So like, and just done stuff.
Again, this has nothing to do with me. Is it my fault? I'm in my house,
I'm doing something and there's a man stalking me in my house. Is this my fault? No. Do I report it to the police? Yes. There's a man like following me on my cell phone. Was there a man following me on my cell phone? Yes. Was he the dirtiest creep ever? Yes.
apparently so, North Carolina law enforcement.
North Carolina law enforcement technically legally owes me life in prison. All responsible, all parties that were able to intervene. They owe me life in prison. The crime's been so bad around here for all these years. Yeah, it's been unbelievable. All law enforcement parties involved are in life in prison. Like, that were actually involved. Because the extreme nature of the crime and long term that occurred in Cary, North Carolina, I don't know, they're against myself, they're responsible for incredible amounts of crime. Like, just if you added up technically legally, everything that was a crime, and then what it was and what crime, what degree, it would be like, oh god, they're like a Class A felony a minute. Is it your fault? No, what these men like did to me as far as crime. So you're like, I mean, like the worst, it would be all the Class A felonies, like all at once a lot. Like what they're doing. Or conspiring to kidnap them so much you have to charge them with it. They seem to understand what they're doing just fine. Obviously they're gonna get like disease defect and whatever all that is in all. And anybody that's around that hangs out with them, for heaven's sakes, which is terrifying. I'm just going to them somewhere where nobody else is. Yeah, because like, I mean, I think there's a limit in those things. It's hard to tell. They're so creepy looking. They are creepy looking. The police need to, all people that were in a position to actually be like, to do anything, need to be charged with something. They need to be like removed. I don't. They just need to shoot them. We need to shoot all of them. I guess for all the court employees, everybody. Just going to war. That's no, just the really retarded Nazi ones. I've been doing this for a long time. I probably do my drone strike. I'm not sure, but they gotta go in. They're like, somebody needs to investigate it and both they advised. You can fire all of them. You have to fire everyone that isn't qualified, and all the men responsible on this need to go to prison. Yeah, you can't. The problem is I was kidnapped, and we could start a war. We have like nothing in public sector here. I'm telling you. I'm gonna go figure out how the court works. You know how the court works? Yeah, that's the bench and a coloring book. And some psychotic slithering. It was so incredibly criminal and psychotic. I'm afraid to call the police like now on the phone. I don't think I'm allowed. But I've got more crime going on than like, I'm again not doing anything. I've got more crime going on. There's a guy like, then, I don't know. The stalker is unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Papers needs to calm down. But yeah, Mr. Papers needs to go to jail now and not be stalking me. So I don't know. It's 10 o'clock at night. I'm tired. I can go to sleep. Can I go lay down and go to sleep? Somebody needs to arrest the pedophile. None of this is my fault. I don't know why everybody's picking on me. It's very strange. I don't know why anybody would, the guys that did something else in this. I mean, I have no idea. It's the guy, the stalker, and the way this guy stalks and sex offends with these other retarded guys, like, he's the worst criminal ever. As far as, it's like Wild Bill's mouth from the Green Mile 24/7. It would be so much crime. All his stalking and then talking about murdering people and raping children. Sorry, but I mean, that's
What, no, always the children, they go first. If somebody said, I mean, this lady and blah, 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 and they just do anything, they did this, turn everybody on to everybody. Oh, okay. You do all these things. Then there was a lot of like raping and murdering people on my Alexa, like really bad. He wants us to like, who's us? I have no idea. In their story, it's other families that are terrorizing. Apparently this badly, so there's people calling the police wherever they are. I don't care about that. There's nowhere to travel. Just to stay in your home. Okay, where to stay? And you're not gonna be allowed to follow me, because I filed tons of police reports. It's embarrassing. You don't let Otis Toole run around stalking. I reported this man a bunch of times. It was like on my cell phone, I'm out walking the dog. There was this really creepy dude stalking. And then I get back to like my apartment or my parents' house, and there's this really creepy man stalking. It was really icky and creepy. And I called the police. And the guy had no reason to be stalking, and he just won't stop stalking. I mean, he could out of this legal case, but like, then you would, if you were me or a sane person, male or female, you'd just be interested, and you're not allowed to do that. You get in trouble, so you're not thinking of it. I'm not allowed to follow women into the bathroom. I haven't been my entire life, and I'm not gonna start like past any point. It's also like supposed to be, and everybody points it out, I think. There's not a venue for maybe like jail, I guess. There's no venue for anything involving like nudity or buying people into the toilet or sexual abuse. People comment on that all the time. In jails, prisons. Not scary though. That shouldn't have anything to do with me. They're such vicious predators, like you have no idea. You should have gotten these freaks into custody so long ago. Well, you're responsible for everything you've done. Absolutely everything. No, you should all be charged. I've sat here so many horrible days and nights with these men. And this. These men need to be put in prison for the rest of their lives. And so the amount of crime you committed out of like government office with this. No, and overall, the crimes, again, why are you like, this has nothing to do with me. It is not my fault I was kidnapped. I'm actually a person that was kidnapped. Other things I think, I'm not sure, but the amount of crime I've endured at the hands of these men doing things to me, as the person who is actually the victim of the kidnapping, and my evidence is falsified, and my phone line's cut, and you have to go. We're supposed to get over it and not report it anymore. And I'm an actual person who like stalked you for however many years on this. Yeah, it's a schizophrenic man that is doing something. I don't know what. And for the amount of crime and like incredible amounts of crime, yeah, you all deserve the chair, like every one of you. For not intervening, you don't want to intervene on Otis Toole. The thing is like Otis Toole. And poor me. I reported it so much, and I reported it. I mean, it was a very bad criminal all throughout. Well, they don't want to interact with that because the court of law in North Carolina or in Arkansas. Well, it should have gotten resolved better somewhere. Everybody owes me life in the pen. I'm thinking due to the fact that your friends over here Like have raped and murdered children or something. Like I think you're all gonna, oh, your idiot legal system is like, um, you need to calm the hell down. I mean, I'm not sure that you. They need to find whatever victims they're talking about, and the police need to arrest these men. If these men are sitting around like the same ones I'm dealing with, which are actual real people, and just like doing the same thing, that sexually assaulting people on cell phones, like some kind of in-progress police tech in Fayetteville, Arkansas, Eureka Springs area, northwestern Arkansas. You need to arrest these men. You all should be held responsible. I mean, well, this has been going on how long where you're not arresting these men or investigating? No. No, it's actual crime. And I mean, instead you're all like running around with the guy doing this. It's really dirty and creepy. It's extremely dirty and creepy. Do we have a legal system? Why haven't I don't know why the police have not arrested Otis Toole and Tony Edo or something in Carroll County, Arkansas, and that's right. Why haven't the police arrested the men that falsified my evidence? You're not allowed to falsify evidence. And why haven't they arrested what I reported over and over again as to the men stalking me? Which, if you look at the Dropbox site, that's like, it goes back a ways. I am reporting creepy people stalking me. I tried calling on the phone, going in person, calling the phone some more. I have no idea. I don't know if I yelled at him. If I did, it was because this is not okay. And the person doing this has to be arrested. The man stalking on my cell phone needs to stop stalking me. Oh my God, There is like a schizophrenic punk on that so incredibly bad. I don't even know what the hell that thing is. It's like a ghoul of death. I reported it everywhere. The police need to arrest this man already. There's just a man on a cell phone of some sort. And he's got police department stuff they use to catch criminals. I mean, it's really bad though. Well, that's what they've been telling me. They've been telling me that like the in-progress police apps in Las Vegas, police apps in Las Vegas, like a sex app that they're molesting children on. I don't like that about police. Where are the police? What are the police? Schizophrenic men or something. Really, really nasty men that are thugs that do stuff for the person that falsified this evidence. But I can't call around and find the actual police and who's stalking me. And these are the guys that stalk me, and I think the guys that falsified my evidence.
Really, really strange and different than what you expect. Absolute headlines, these are like, get out of the community. Overall, yeah, there's really dirty hoodlums. They take everything. That's just like, just not funny. These guys did this and it's horrible. It was, you brought incredible, how incredibly, like, the criminal needs to be arrested and no, you can't do this. You owe me life in prison, every single person and thing involved in all this. And that goes for everybody that could be an arresting officer or some jurisdiction crap. You all owe me life in prison. For the amount of crime that has occurred against myself and the severity of it. Like if you just added up every felony committed and the severity of the felony committed. And then how you're technically legally the responsible parties and so is jurisdiction. And everything you did with like heinous, aggravated, malice, intent. What the hell is it? Why? Where it is of crime, knowingly committed crime, negligence. These are like everything, fraud, lying. Maybe needing requirements to be in an employment position. Really, I think that you don't have and don't need. Because I don't know who these guys are, but they can't be very qualified for anything. Like, hold on. He will not stop doing it unless you arrest him, and they're incredibly bad. They don't. I mean, all the years of not like taking no for an answer and then calling the police and having the police not arrest them or do anything. There's no such thing as this. There is no such thing as the criminal does not get arrested and just is allowed to stalk in America. It's incredible amounts of crime on these men, which I reported over and over and over again. You owe me life in prison for like gang rape or something. All of you, every single person and jurisdiction. No, you owe me life in prison for that. For the years of this, the incredible evil of the stalking, you need to have all of your ability to stalk taken away. Anything you do that's illegal on police tech or that would be illegal somewhere else, like if you were being a neighborhood pornographer, a peeping Tom, if you're doing anything outside of only the reason that like a warrant would allow to be doing something. You're lying again with all that. Not anybody who does that. I mean, and you're lying right now because you know you're talking into something on a speakerphone.
and you know you're actually a real person. I had that conversation with him a million years ago, like, but I mean, here in Vegas a million years ago, you know what you're doing is a crime. So like your special room pornography, and everything you do is a crime. It's gonna be my word against theirs. It's a man neighborhood pornography. It's meant to be something they're sex, I mean, like they're friends, but I don't know. That's sex offending even? I think that it technically is, so that's bad. All the things you do that are against the law, that's correct, as soon as you're like, you know, there's no argument that wasn't outside of the warrant for checking for drugs in there. You were all like, you said something about people messing with drugs in there. You're not supposed to shoot one, that's correct, so, no, you're supposed to get arrested. I don't know what to do. No, it's just outside of a warrant for whatever reason, and that's why you have a warrant. To use in progress police technology to, like you're using some kind of technology to stalk me that you have access to because you work somewhere in law enforcement related. Law enforcement, and you're these really, really rough guys, and it's upside down. And I'm being like just murdered, and I don't know what to do. I just want to like these guys not in my house and not stalking me. It's incredibly evil. Also, they're talking constantly about doing the same thing they're doing to me, to families, and they're in like an absolute psychotic state. And they're really, really beating up on like me physically and emotionally and everything else. What happens if you get a smart TV in your every room? Perverts can do this to you.
Well, how much crime would have occurred if you added it all up and all the crimes? It'd be like, I mean, because everything they're doing and then everything they do and say is so incredibly illegal. It's all just like pedophilia, stalking, sexual abuse, kidnapping, home invasion, mental illness. Get that thing off of me. Do you understand that? Everything he's done, it has been. Just like every day. Murder, kidnapping, burglary, arson, grand theft, robbery, aggravated assault, kidnapping, child abuse, physical or emotional harm to a child, drug trafficking, embezzlement, fraud, homicide, kidnapping, robbery, sexual assault, theft, vandalism, white collar crimes, insider trading, or money laundering, identity theft, cybercrime. Stalking, insurance fraud, disturbing the peace, identity theft, child neglect, homicide, criminal contempt, contempt of court, open container law. Forgery. That's still criminal charges. Disturbing the peace. Stalking, sexual assault, kidnapping, robbery, everything. Disturbing the peace. It's a really ordinary day otherwise on the website. This is all you. About this unordinary as I'm at the end of my road. Is you up for treason? See, you can actually really, yeah. Aggravated assault. You need to be charged with aggravated assault and sexual assault. An attack causing serious injury or using a weapon. You also assaulted the car, whatever that would be called. You did something to somebody else's property, but it was like assault. It's crime. You need to get these men, like all of them, into custody. All of them. Every single one of them. His incredible amounts of crime, they said. Like the incredible amounts of crime these men committed. The incredible of the crime and the men that committed them. The incredible. Is he trying to sexually assault you with the things you can insult? The incredible filth of the lowest criminal things ever brought into a community. What is that guy supposed to be? Like these incredibly weird. That guy's weird. But now they're incredible. They just want to smoke a ciggy. He's gang raped the animal, the beast, and then the lowest rapist, robber, the lowest behind enemy lines you could ever be behind, because gang rape criminal and Neto was brought into a community and he let this man do all that again on her. He spends 8 hours sexually assaulting a minor, and Todio does not arrest him. Instead, he says, this is Todio, the state of Arkansas stinks, because a toady animal, the beast Annetta, was put in the lowest the uniform could or has ever saw. The incredible
foulness of the crimes of these animals in this country. Because this incredibly filthy monster of crime, animals so incredibly low. The lowest crackhead ever born, the lowest animal, the lowest and most evil. And what are you arguing? What are you arguing? That in a court of law, a man commits any crime he wants to in America? What legal system? Well, I'm allowed to do that as much as I want because Toyota lets me do that to people. Well, he would say something like that. That incredibly dirty looking animal. What is it doing that it's so dirty? I think jurisdiction. And it's really like just a person that doesn't look like they should be in there at all. Just doing anything. It's like a random hoodlum. It could be a lawyer somewhere. The lawyer is like, there are shady lawyers that do the jurisdiction thing. And they're hood. They're like just hood white trash. I don't know what they're, but they're the ugliest and the most hood animal I've ever like. There's no such thing as jurisdiction if it allows like American citizens to get raped by something and the man is not arrested. If it allows for like sexual abusers in people's homes. This badly. I mean, like the men stalking me have been incredibly criminal. Like incredibly criminal. What did I just say? If you added up all their felonies that they committed, I mean, it would be so many felonies. I don't think it would be like, I'm gonna be like a billion trillion. I mean, they'd have a beginning and an end because it would have been the start of the stalking and the end of it. That goes for all the other stalkings they're doing. All this other stuff, because there probably are. Like the incredible, he's just like following her around, sexually assaulting her again on the guy stalking Miss Casper right now. He's on the body scanner that Codietto in Las Vegas, because he is that upstanding a guy who lets these guys do this in the Las Vegas. You nobody even care. Codietto wants to sexually abuse some people in the neighborhood or something. I mean, I said Pandora's box. Unfortunately, apparently who would think to do that with that? Do you realize that's a felony? So you have something that can touch people on a cell phone. So you're massaging to masturbate people. Also, are you aware of what that thing's doing? Every single person, like, if there was a way to just make your flight, you just go under. I mean, there is nothing for the crimes I've endured that you have not earned. Every single one of you that ran with us. I mean, I must have like, then this is what you're running with. You all needed to calm down or something. I needed to, what would you do if this thing was in your house? I'd call the police on it. Really? Yeah. You need to get out of my house and stop stalking me. We didn't want it on the internet, and I told Todietto, what? Well, he's getting in trouble, so he has a right to stalk these people. No, you don't have a right to stalk me anymore, and you have to be arrested. You stuck Halloween stickers to a woman not wearing any underwear and wrote these heavy breathing emails and then stalked me all these years or something weird. And now you're having a complete like schizophrenic stalker or sex offender meltdown where you're doing something on my cock spots where you're heavy breathing and sexually assaulting. I mean, I don't really know, but that's actually what's going on. And it has to stop. Police need to arrest you. everything you've done and said is like sex offending and criminal, and you have to be arrested. If we added up all the felonies committed by, there'd be so many felonies. I mean, it wouldn't be, again, they'd be finite, they'd have a beginning and an end, but well, at the moment, they don't have an end. He conspires so much like to murder people and really, and like rape and murder people. You do not just get out on like Alexa and say you're gonna rape and murder people 24/7. As graphically as possible with the janitor, whoever you are. That's as schizophrenic and evil as possible. I mean, I don't know what this is, but these monsters need to be in custody. And all of every member of the whole mess needs to be like charged. You're all responsible for all the crime these men committed. I mean, if you're like driving the guy to go shoot somebody, he has no car. I mean, that's actually correct. It's more like that. You're driving a guy to go shoot somebody because he doesn't have a car. Then you're an actual accomplice. On purpose, really. The sheriff's department and the sheriff in North Carolina and Wake County need to be held responsible for all the crimes these men committed in Wake County in North Carolina. And all the crimes. So like if this man was like, his urine carry, I don't like this long distance stuff. We're a jurisdiction group. Jurisdiction. I'm not sorry to check. He committed, their neighborhood pornography is so incredibly heinous. Really, yeah, like these guys just follow people into the shower, the toilet. No, they should follow you. They follow everybody. They talk about following other people into the shower and toilet. I mean, it's so incredibly bad what they do. If you like, no, if you added up all the felonies they committed, I think you'd have earned life. Because you're still like, you're all still running around with these guys, and these guys are really, really sexually abusing, doing something now. They're stalking people, trying to believe, all you had to do was, well, I mean, I don't know. Really. The problem is it was actual men actually stalking, it's actual crime. So it's on a cell phone, right? That's a problem. So it's on the internet. And that's not like, I mean, there was none of that. See, it says cyber crime lab, and these are concerns of the cyber crime. Well, you could be a cyber criminal. That's what that's for, we think. I'm allowed to use all this stuff to sexually abuse you, and I don't care. Well, it's just you. That's why Toyota doesn't care. You told him not to take that seriously. That guy's allowed to do that to that lady. Because Toyota's cool. They're not cool. They don't have any money. Get out of here. It's kind of what Toyota says. Because Toyota was brought in his community. Well, then I need Toyota arrested and charged with every single crime that's been committed against myself. Every single one, technically. All the years of this by these men because of him. The fact if there's some weird man, why is my phone line cut? Cutting my phone line. The guy needs to be charged with everything. Then he's a responsible party. We're the responsible parties for the amount of crime that occurred. It could be a crime to say that about that guy. It would have hurt that guy. That guy owes me life in prison. That's like a Class A felon who is, well, technically he's a Class A felon because he actually did that. So if you actually commit a crime, then you're a felon.
of that. He's a felon of like, they're incredibly rough and they're all like, he's a incredibly bad criminal. Because he won't like stand down and stop stalking also or something on Tenioto. I don't understand what Tenioto did. Whatever I just said, that's what Tenioto did. Whoever, like the sheriff's department in White County had to intercede in her sexual assault and they didn't, or something really strange. Okay. Everybody, like the crime lab needed to check the falsified evidence. We don't do stuff like that because a man in Arkansas did it. They all owe me like life in prison. You just have to do it. If somebody actually was so weird that they, somewhere in all the counties out there in the United States of America, that they, and all the court employees and everything else. He's allowed in there. He's allowed to do that do in there. Whoever's responsible for my crimes owes me, and I'm demanding life in the pen as a sentence for them. You can't make any bad. Whoever that is, that man owes me life in prison. At least. Oh, there's a death sentence on Wild Bill in his mouth.
I said mental health.
So on me or you? On what guy? Where? You were just talking about like playing with yourself. Wherever you are. What do you learn? That's all you ever do. You just say like dirty words that are insane. I think I'm really low white bush is schizophrenic. And you say all these other people are like doing things, but I don't think anybody can be around where you are because it's too extreme. The Caspers don't want this in their house anymore. And like you can, I don't feel like having to not have a smart TV in the house. You're molesting children, you're making police look like child molesters. Like so badly, it almost doesn't matter. Fine, if the police want to look like child molesters, fine if the police are coming out. They're actual really bad child monsters. Maybe they could be. Okay, well that's depressing. It's pretty depressing, but it's true. Is there a reason this guy isn't getting arrested? Like right now, and all throughout. It's 11 o'clock at night. I'm so tired. I don't know what to do. It's a don't eat all the whipped cream, my dear. That is so creepy. He always says that because you can eat his stuff. It's his. I don't know why he does. It's no, it's not. It's class A felony sexual assault, and you're not allowed to interact with me anymore. Okay. Someone needs to get these men into custody right now. All of them. They should have been arrested so long ago. This has been discussed. Like, it is now like, what time in the morning is it? 2 o'clock in the morning we're there? So nobody's going to arrest them all night.
You can do them in. Oh yeah, but I don't. The website's been up for 15 years of your incredibly evil crime. Oh, to say Todietto did that there. Oh, he's gonna like assault you and at the same time, 'cause, like, because Tonietto said not to arrest him is what the problem is. And the story apparently, like, they were supposed to arrest some of these guys because somebody heard about it, and Tonietto pulled jurisdiction and said nobody's allowed to alert the Caspers or arrest these guys out of like Arkansas. Even though these are the guys, they had like extreme. So the Las Vegas police caught these guys, and Tonietto intervened and said they couldn't be arrested. And because of that, that was relatively wonderful compared to what they've done since. It's correct. Tonietto then has to be charged with everything they've done. If he did something like that, really, you shouldn't do anything. Obviously, it seems up to you. Anybody else? You still had to get that guy arrested. I mean, I'm not sure. Tonietto needs to be charged with everything these guys have done since. He would know something. He has to be charged with everything they've done since, or something. Yeah. You need to get these men in. Have they arrested them before? This is my hood. Tonietto owns Cary, right? I don't know. The men they bring into communities are so incredibly low. Sometimes, like, it is unbelievable the monsters they bring into communities. I don't think, like, I don't know. American politics is like, apparently bringing a man like that into a community. Do you realize how incredibly dangerous that apparently those men are? Actually, I'll create everybody. How bad have they been here? I mean, they're really predators. What have you been doing? What is it that you're doing that you would ever get it into your head to do any of the things you're doing? I need these men in custody now, and I need all the men that did something here other than what they were required to do in custody also. I need the men stalking me out of my house now. The men responsible for this only life in prison, technically, legally, and they have to serve it. Every single man responsible for all this owes me life in the pen. No men have ever earned life in the pen more than the animals that every single thing done and said in all this. The incredible amounts of crime these men have committed, like the incredible men they brought into communities and into Cary with this. Because you had a guy in your speakerphone. The incredible amounts of crime I endured at the hands of these animals. The incredible filth of jurisdiction and gang rape to the beast and the animals. The incredible monsters you hired and brought into American communities. And the incredible amount of crime they committed. The incredible amount and the incredible criminals. I mean, the incredible criminals you brought into the community by employing the men that did all this. Whoever hired these men, well, I get to do that here because I even got a conviction. Well, I don't believe an American court of law would actually do all this. Well, you lady, I want to mock that because I've screamed and mocked and beaten and stalked you 24/7 because gang rape Bonetto didn't want that on the pig sewer animal. The swastika of gang rape Bonetto and the
You didn't want that online anymore. And the incredible beast, the lowest man and monsters ever born. They would get all that from that. Tony, gang rape, the animal, the incredible monster. There will be like a Porky the Pig sitting behind a desk or something in the Cary Police. So incredibly low in all this. Like, or something. There is going to be something in there so incredibly filthy. No man in Cary has ever been filthier than whatever is in the police station. The incredible amounts of crime. The incredible criminal behaviors of the every single thing done and said by those men. Those incredibly criminal and low animals. Because he dared to say no to investigating further. He's supposed to say time and jurisdiction. I did that for a reason. Are you sure? Are you sure that Annetto did that for a reason? Well, the woman should give up because Detective Pate gang rape Annetto. The problem is you committed the crimes. The sheriff's department in Arkansas, all powers that be, they owe me life in prison. There has never been lower crime committed. There has never been a lower criminal state that could exist than these men on the technology they're on right now. And the incredible amounts of crime. You have no idea, night after night of interacting with these monsters and month after month of trying to report the crime to these animals. Because Tony had a dead in his police station. Oh, watch out, lady. The Cody gang raped the animal. The incredibly low something. How do you know that guy, the incredibly foul thing? Why would you ever get the way you got with those people? He said again on her. This man is literally the most evil animal to ever be born. There's never been a lower bunch of men. The crimes committed out of office were so incredibly heinous. And the criminals brought into communities were so incredibly heinous. And the crime brought into communities were so incredibly heinous. There's no not agreeing with it. No men or animals have ever been more heinous or could be criminals than every single thing done and said. You have no idea. And the incredible amounts of crime committed. If you added up, technically, legally, every crime and felony committed, the felonies would you would have more Class A felonies committed than any in the worst and the highest degree than any man's ever committed in. That's actually correct. Unless there's other guys that do it. These guys did. Unfortunately, it gave them an ability to be incredibly prolific in their felony offending. Normally, these people would never be interacting with these people. These guys don't, and someone would immediately call the police. That man would never be interacting with children that he doesn't know. Someone would immediately call the police. The police would arrest them. He'd never be interacting with me. Whoever employed these men and continued to employ these men out of Arkansas. What the hell are they doing in this? They're sitting around in cubicles masturbating people to death by stalking them 24/7. I mean, what new game is this? That is what they're doing. You realize how serious a crime that is? Then you wanted to play Troll Wars, Pole Dart, tee-hee-hee, with Hersher, where you want to we sex offending with his friends. Okay. And there are 800 pounds of schizophrenic man. She did that with the e-cigarette. No, my booter holes. That's the same guy that says booter holes. I would be asleep in my bed in a normal day in America without that thing.
The problem is you committed crime. Does that make sense? And then at what point you knew you were committing crime or should have? And then did you follow the proper protocol? Because the problem is a crime occurred. That's correct. That's like there's lots of laws. You can't be in the Wake County courthouse anymore or a police station. It's not how such things function, any of you. No, you have to be removed. You do not, I'm a real thug guy. I come into communities. Well, to think there, the Todietto, he'd do that in Dare. I need these men not at large. Well, it sounds like you could shoot a Todietto. Todietto what came out of that thing's idiot mouth? That is the dirtiest, dumbest, and lowest, and most criminally offending thing an animal ever did or said. Well, they would shout, they're doing retarded shouting the middle, the dirtiest and lowest criminal. That man owes me life in prison. We're very sorry. We called the man in Arkansas, and he said you could have written some of those emails. You got threatening. Well, we don't want you talking about it. You could tell some strange, dirty story. I could do what? Let's relive everything they did while the monster did. For what? 15 years of sexual assault, abuse, domestic violence, stalking, the worst rape, stalking, sexual assault I've reported every week. Because you actually literally employed these men in office and brought them into communities, including with whatever that thing, the incredible lowness of the lowest, roughest man ever born. The gang rape, the animal, the toady gang rape, the thing, the worst, incredibly evil sexual abuser, domestic abuser. I'm sorry, my dear, if it sounds like domestic violence. When Tony gang raped the animal, the beast, the lowest man and man ever born. You brought these disgusting animals so incredibly filthy, so incredibly dangerous, so incredibly evil and low. No, they dared to say mental health because gang rape Bonetta was put in the lowest a uniform could ever see. The incredible evil and crimes committed out of office by these men. The problem is the evidence is falsified and the criminals are doing all this. Do you understand the concept? We cannot, he dared to defend that a man in uniform, the lowest beast ever born, John Wayne the Pig gang rape Gacy, a man responsible for gang rape, sexual abuse in the most evil and low ways a man has ever been responsible for the lowest crimes ever committed. Crimes and an incredibly low state, an incredibly evil and low state. Because gang rape, the beast, a monster so filthy, the most disgusting rapist, robber, criminal, so evil, so foul, and incredibly low infrastructure. The animals, the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, be so filthy. No animals, everything done and said, have ever been lower. The incredible lowness of this monster at the FBI and the other thing that pops up at the FBI. Oh, the FBI,
the incredible criminal lowness of whatever as to incredible poor quality. Like there has never been a poorer, more evil, more low quality animal than what picks up the phone when you call on the phone. Every office, if you call the Western District of North, yes, that's right, the federal courthouse of the Eastern or the Western District of Arkansas, the dirtiest animal to ever be born. A thing so incredibly foully low. The lowest man ever to wear the skin of an animal. The dirtiest man, does he say, jurisdiction, and it's Huda von Sewer it. The lowest monster ever born. An animal so low, they dared to say no in jurisdiction and time. Because the dirtiest and lowest animal ever born. The thing so they're so an incredibly ugly replicating monster of an animal, of a man, of the lowest, the jurisdiction thing, the most evil criminal ever born. Animals and crime and incredible lowness of the government and state and infrastructure. The incredible criminal lowness because that thing was put in a uniform. The incredible lowness of what everything they did is correct. Like the incredible, like bestial, monstrously, criminally offending, dirty, foul, criminal, and low. The level of the lowness of the animal that you brought into communities is with beyond comparison. The incredible evil of the animals, of the men, of the actual monsters that were in fact and are in fact so incredibly offending when you are in the room with them. Not that it makes any difference since we have no government whatsoever. Yeah. You call any office and that like a animal so nasty. Is it a Huda von Duda? I think so. It is a Huda von Duda like person, and they're psychotic because someone dared in the South to say jurisdiction. Do we understand? Jurisdiction is a different thing than you think. It means that we have no legal system and criminals can rape you in your beds with your smartwatch. The incredible evil of what the state is harboring. Apparently, you absolutely destroyed lives with what you ran around with, or something, or your incredible criminal something. You really have. You really bring people into a community that have no business being there and never would. And they're incredibly criminal. They're incredibly marauding and criminal and offending. I don't know what absolute schizophrenic punk monster insanity this was in all of this. I'll kidnap people out of the courthouse, out of nice suburban neighborhoods if I want to. Are you sure and no, you can't do any of that? I don't need to, like, why am I arguing this with the child rapist in their story? Really? Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. You're not allowed in my apartment. You would be interested in the criminal thing only. No, there's no argument you're interested in. You need to get these men in custody. That's all I ever said to you over the years. You'd be interested in the criminal thing only because you have to be. It's like if you worked at a bank and you wouldn't think to do anything. You can't have that, or you go stop. It's a pretty lady and I can hear them in their house. You're not allowed. What would possess you to think you can do any? You don't follow people to work. I don't know where your kidnapping victim from 5 years ago is. Everybody knows you falsified that evidence. I left the courthouse and they came running over here to sexually abuse her. It's gonna be their next story. And then they're gonna go right back to doing that. Like, They're in the Carroll County, Arkansas jail. You would not believe the white trash that works in your communities in like corrections or something. Well, the roads look okay. Yeah, they mow the roads and stuff. That's not community corrections, really. Like there's something. No, your community corrections and stuff down there around law enforcement and jails and state services down there. Out of those are really, really hood. I mean, like really hood. Like I don't even know. No, they're really hood. They're really dangerous. They'll get arrested. That's not. That's like a DUI or something. Don't get arrested. I don't know. People who have gotten DUI or anything. Really? For under normal circumstances, I think. I mean, I don't know. It's psychotic. I have you. Do you realize you turn these people's lives into like just a criminal state? So enough already with that. I just this incredibly like rough talk. Like do that, and that's in Netto in your police station. Okay, fine. The woman is not crying wolf. Police aren't allowed to say things like that. Really? Well, that's the reality of that. The police are not allowed to say things like that. That man needs to go to owes me life in prison for sexual abuse. And domestic violence and crime. He obstructed justice. They owe actually everyone involved in refusing to investigate crime when they had to, and like threatening and intimidating and committing crime with the perps. Wherever these guys tie back into the perps, you need to be charged with everything these men did in some way. Everything, you need to be charged with everything they did as like a response. Everyone has to be as a responsible party. Like everybody in Arkansas and North Carolina. You allowed men that were really bad criminals to constantly commit crime. In communities. You all like allowed, you're responsible for all the crimes committed here. Because you're doing something and I can't have you working as the legal system anymore. I don't know. And you're all out of anywhere that you think with all this, but that goes overall. You're out of anywhere you'd like. I think you're just out of anywhere. You don't do any, these men don't do anything. The problems don't seem to actually be working whatsoever at this point and in general. I need these men taken into custody now, out of Toyotas. Again, they said we were supposed to get these men in custody, and they refused. Law enforcement refused to arrest the man sexually abusing children, because that thing is actually sexually abusing children, the same as you. He's massaging crotches on children a lot, really, and then heavy breathing. And the same thing he's saying to you, which is absolutely terrifying, and they just won't leave him alone. Well, somebody needs to check Carroll County, Arkansas for families calling the police about such a thing. That someone's sexually assaulting them on a cell phone and like really stalking them. how bad is what's going on down there? Really bad.
Is it your mental health?
No, it's stalkers. There's men stalking me that need to be arrested. You should unplug your cell phone. I don't want us to unplug my cell phone. You threatened to like break in and kill me with local people, which you said the cops to hang out with you too, which is very bad. I don't know. So you need to get the technology they're on, you know, and then try and then recreate what they've been doing. That's obviously the janitor. There's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's a really messed up random guy. It's like a schizophrenic, retarded man. Well, that's law enforcement pride. You should just, no, it's just a really evil criminal Otis Toole doing something. Where is Otis Toole employed? That's important. Are you a government employee? Because that's not good. You're an absolute sexual abuser. I mean, all crime is legal. You're an absolute schizophrenic, retarded man. Somebody needs to arrest you. You do need to you need to charge, I don't care, Otis Toole kills you, okay? You know, I mean, whatever these men are doing, it's, you're not allowed to rape a woman in prison or something. You're not allowed to interact with females anymore. Well, there could be a warrant, whatever the warrant says there, that's it. I need this shut down, so this is whose jurisdiction it is. Or something other weird. I need these men in custody. Well, there's a warrant. No, I'm gonna sit in my chair. Have I been? You think I'm gonna stop doing this? Well, you're going to prison for the rest of your life. I don't know. Apparently they go back to the same kids or something. You need to get what they're on also. As far as technology and see how bad it is. And then you do actually have to be charged with all of it. Because you didn't take crime seriously, you have no education or something, you're like the roughest man to ever exist doing something that's really creepy. I can't imagine where any of the men that did any of this, where they work otherwise. I guess. I mean, I don't know. Someone needed to do their require. I actually do things around here. I make sure things don't get stolen. I don't know, but yeah, where is actual law enforcement? No more jurisdiction, okay? Every jurisdiction, whoever's responsible for jurisdiction, you're not allowed to put anybody in office that says jurisdiction. You're all out of your mind. Why are you running around with men like this? I need these men in custody. Do you realize how in progress that thing is with these people all the time? Is a problem. Okay? Where is the Arkansas Sheriff's Department to get the men doing this into custody already? You need to check like their jail or something. No, I will not stop doing this to her. You're just old gooch lady. He followed me around. Where are they paying him a paycheck that he lets the homeless man in here to do this? Because you reported Todieto. Todieto said no. When they put Detective Pate's absolutely horrifyingly, he's like scary looking self in a uniform.
a very weird looking dude. Yeah. It's a like, I don't know what possessed you to think you can do, what's possessing you right now to think you can do all the things you do? You realize the level of crime you ran around with? Like, these guys are constantly home invasion, robbery, sex offending. It has nothing to do with me. I'm an absolute victim of these men. Well, they don't want this in the community. I need these men arrested now. This is why you should be held responsible for all crimes committed by all these men over all the years. Every felony no, because you have to be, every single one of you. Also, what? Oh, they would say something funny. Whatever you brought into the community needs to be held accountable. You brought incredibly offending men and things into the community. You did incredibly offending things. All of you. You committed incredibly heinous acts of the worst, like aggravated, malicious, intentional nature.
The police needed to stop. The police needed to stop doing what these men tell them to. This is like the men that do stuff. I mean, well, it is. I'm sorry, I didn't believe that. Well, I reported it constantly while living in Cary, in my apartment, and I had internet the whole time. I reported it to everybody and called. It is the most evil government to not exist. Well, you need to get them out of the state bar. It's like the lowest side of corrections in there on those men. Those men are incredibly dangerous and criminal men and things. They're incredibly rough, actually, and low. I don't know whose they are, but they're absolute monsters and they're evil. They're just pure howling constantly. They're so willing to offend. They're like cruising. It's like domestic violence. They're extremely criminal and low too. Like they're absolute no ones, you can tell. The incredible amounts of crime, daily life was at the hands of this and these men, because these incredibly filthy animals, because the Wake County Prosecutor's Office said no to looking into the case farther because he felt the incredible lowness of the animal that did that. The incredible evil of the animal. You didn't feel like looking into this any farther. The
That man owes me life in prison for everything, every crime committed. Every crime. He owes me life in prison for gang rape, sexual abuse, and stalking. He owes me, that man owes me life in prison. He is the responsible party, and he needs to spend the rest of his life in prison as such because of the amount of crime he committed. He has to be arrested and he has to be prosecuted. He committed more heinous acts through his actions than I think have ever been committed. I'm sure people have gotten into stuff before. Really? Yeah. This bad. The roughest and most criminal things that have ever happened. He is the absolutely responsible party. So are the rest of those. That is the roughest and lowest dump truck driver I've ever seen on that man. The fact that thing, you do not say ooh there. Okay. You do not support the man by assault, physically interacting with the other person. You owe me life in prison. I don't know what you brought into Cary, North Carolina with these men, but the incredible amounts of crime these men committed against me with that. Where the hell was the state Congress on all that? You're in Capital City. They're allowed to intervene all they want. Miss Casper, we're not allowed to intervene. I owe you life in prison for gang rape. You owe me life in prison for gang rape, sexual abuse. There is no time in prison any of you, all of you, could serve that would ever be enough for your crimes. Your crimes have been so incredibly malicious and heinous and long-term in nature due to the fact of anyone aware of the neighborhood pornography. There has never been animals who have committed more or more evil crimes. You owe me life in prison for gang rape, sexual abuse. That they brought men like yourselves into communities. That men like you can exist. You are a swastika of crime so incredibly low. You are the lowest. Everyone involved and aware of the neighborhood pornography. You are the lowest animals ever born. You are the absolute death of your country. No men have ever, or things have ever been a more dangerous or evil offender or predator than you, or could be. Why are we shedding? This is a woman in her pajamas who's being gang raped, sexually assaulted with her child. Tony Otto is standing around just shouting at the top of his mentally retarded, monstrously evil thing lungs because he was brought into a golf course community in Cary, North Carolina, and now he's sexually assaulting children and women and men with money in their bank accounts with these schizophrenic, retarded guys online having a party or something in the story. We felt the forwarded emails were strange on your part, maybe a little. We listen a little and we feel that as this all-powerful gun tips this man, if you've been involved in the neighborhood pornography at all, then you have to spend the rest of your life in prison. It has to be a death sentence. Whoever the Syracuse dungeon master is, apparently their crimes through the neighborhood pornography have been so incredibly heinous that in nature, like literally that there is no beyond comparison. The Holocaust, they said. Really, their crimes of never stopping, and then no stopping the all-powerful dungeon master interaction through the neighborhood pornography that you can't get them to stop doing. The phone line cutting alone is correct in relation to your talking about murdering, raping, and kidnapping. Well, they would do that to an it. No, it is in here and it gets to stay. I don't know what that means, but you have got to get Huda's schizophrenic butt out of things because that is one evil, evil, evil animal. Are you out of your mind completely with all this? He conspires to kidnap, rape, murder, torture, kill, gang rape. I mean, he talks about it so much you have to charge him with it. completely. Like you you do. It's technically you have to charge him with all the things he talks about. He talks about them so much, and he won't stop. And then you're cutting phone lines while he does that. And then just beating up on and just threatening and stalking and sex offending. Well, they don't like you, and police don't like you. They do stuff like this. Tony Edo had every right to keep that woman. That woman was Tony Edo's enemy because Tony Edo is a guy that wants to sex offend against children because he's a three-finger hero, but that's okay. Also, mine's Amy. Okay. How bad is whatever these men are on for her, he said, from your perspective? Incredibly bad. Like being sexually assaulted with a car. And you can hear the thing. And there's 8 of them. They're going to beat the ever-living shit and out of someone. Well, that would be, it beats the shit out of you, and they won't let you. And it's an incredibly bad sexual assault device, like incredibly bad. No, I'm positive, and they're incredibly graphic. They just like go over and like talk like nobody has ever been more graphic than these men. Just unbelievable. You need to be held responsible for everything these men are doing and saying. All of you. Due to what you did and the way you did it also, of course. Oh, people, well, why is Mr. Tony Edo and Carrie responsible for this? They said they want to know why this guy from Meineke, Tony Edo. Tony Edo is responsible for Adam Walsh's rape and murder in the corner. Is actually correct if that's actually going on. No, it's like being sexually assaulted with a car, and it's a full-blown rape device. I cannot imagine, but it just is. It's like as bad as possible, and it's like being run over with a car. Well, that's what you get. You could have harmed Tony Edo after his incredibly foul 10 years of domestic violence and sexual abuse with some of the lowest looking animals. That is the ugliest animal. Apparently, you need to calm down in a community that wouldn't have anything to do with you. You brought these men in that were such absolute slime bags. What would possess you to take it on yourself to make calls again on him? He said. He made calls, and there is a man. You were told to take this man into custody anyway, and like somebody out of Wake County was like with this really nasty, weird attitude, which is what I said. Like, there's no such thing as that attitude. Did something where he said no to interacting further in your case because it was coming out of your case. Well, that could be a guy like that. Then that guy, that's an animal. That's a Nazi. That's whatever makes a Nazi. It's an extremely dangerous criminal male. Because you did that. All of these people have been like sexually assaulted to death. Apparently it just doesn't kill you. I mean, they have been sexually abusing the same like, and why aren't the police, if people are calling and reporting this, arresting these men in Arkansas? Because if he is interacting with a child right now on that thing, he is just beating and sexually assaulting them as badly as possible. Is that why they shout? No, because of the incredible criminal foulness of the man, the incredible animal, the incredible lowness of the state, and the incredible evil of the beast brought into a community because of the incredible foulness of the incredible lowness of the lowest. Tony, do you realize you're not like in like the incredible lowness to say that about law enforcement? When I put, I don't care about law enforcement. I mean, I care enough. I wish them the best. Because the man owes me life in prison. Just say that. I have no idea what the hell this is even about. A little, he said. I come in here and there are 5 schizophrenic men gang raping women and children, telling people they're like Nazis that are gonna home invade and murder them. In this story, he said. And I would think that's mental health, okay? Because a Tornado would even say that. Tornado, you're not allowed to run around giving out mental health diagnoses. Well, that's why that man owes me 25 years to life in the pen the man owes me a death sentence for gang rape, home invasion out of whoever the hell that man is. And gang rape, sexual abuse, stalking, robbery. He owes me life in prison for everything, every crime committed by these guys. Because I can't call the police because of this. Well, this is just, okay, so there's a criminal stalking you, so you're gonna call the police and that's the end of it. Then you're just gonna go in your room and go to sleep, pretty much. Okay. Well, the problem is, that's the problem you're shouting also. Is there or is there not a man stalking me, actually? Have I not reported? So his obstruction of justice was that? Yeah, it's caused all this. Like if he hadn't done that, then you wouldn't have been the victim of the crime. You were the crime. You were the victim of. I guess. I don't know. What did he do? He said he saw the evidence, but he didn't really know what it was. It didn't seem clear enough for him, so he said no to it. They didn't write it down well enough for him or something. Who the hell is he? He's a mentally handicapped man, we think, from like Arkansas. We don't know what that is. There's all this schizophrenic stuff. No trash compactor people anymore, huh? Don't get them started. He'll start someone is like screaming the scariest stories possible. You just can't do anything like this or have this going on. I said I understood people didn't know what was going on. Kind of. I mean, it's just less crime. It's technically less crime. Like if somebody says there's a warrant out and you don't understand that America has corruption issues, so you served a warrant. Then it's a different crime. It's not really your crime. You know, then it's who told you you had to serve a warrant? They just arrest you and take you to the courthouse, and then the courthouse is responsible for a good percentage of things from there. Yeah. Of course. So the courthouse is the responsible party for this. I was stalked by these men for 10 years prior in some of the most horrifying crime. I think it just, as far as incredible evil, and then just men following you into your house and stalking. I mean, like, unbelievable. For 10 years, it's so incredibly badly, which I politely and report, because it was so bad, I reported it constantly and appropriately.
it was 10 years of crime. So weird out of these men again. Also, dude, 2021 is like 10 years later. That's great. I guess. I mean, it's just the nightmare that never ends to have it finally end. No, it has nothing to do with me. Like I don't. I put the evidence there that says I'm not anybody you're allowed to like do stuff to. I guess the courthouse has to let you go. Then, yeah, they're absolutely the responsible party for all that. The problem is the extent of the crime too. No, I'm right. All of these people in Cary, North Carolina, for heaven's sakes, have to go to prison. You have to step down. You need to be shot for treason for doing this in a community. You got to be kidding me! It's so ridiculous. Well, I would wave my werewolf tail. I think you're going to need to like figure out what these men were that were in the courthouse and in your police station and in the court system in Arkansas and apparently the jails and police station that did all this to you and is still doing it to you. I have to survive the kidnappers. They're actually criminals. I don't know. The actual case that is my case is that it's a specific case. Someone falsified evidence out of a county in Arkansas. There's a lot of counties. There's county courts, and there's no real such thing as county jurisdiction. It's completely on like the state and federal legal system. I mean, it's all really bad crime. Someone needs to arrest it already. But I was allowed to go in there and do that. I don't know. It's been Otis Toll, and all of them are like Otis Toll. I don't understand what it is. It's a schizophrenic, retarded man stalking me in a trailer. That's extremely bad, though, and dangerous. Yeah, like I said that because most of us would be worried about breaking the law because we get in trouble. I mean, somewhere, really, at all. There is no crime like that guy talks about raping and murdering people, and he sexually assaults children and stalks children constantly in their story in like these incredibly bad ways. I don't care. Well, it just can't be going on. I don't know what the hell does all that. Are you completely out of your mind? But there is an actual man on my. There's an actual dude on my. Whatever's on. He mirrors for sure. He mirrors my internet account, and he sits there and watches what I do on the internet. I'm absolutely positive. And then they would do something where they would like enable microphones, and you could hear them and sometimes, and they could hear you. And it was really creepy, and they'd stalk like crazy on that too, and, like bug your house out. And then they'd stalk on like GPS, and the guy will just follow you anywhere you go. And if you go to a new location, he stalks like everything. If you get a new phone number, he stalks. I mean, if you go to a different location, he just follows you on your phone to the new location. I mean, it's unbelievable. And whenever you can hear them, it's like incredibly creepy, heavy breathing. That's extremely bad. Really, yeah. And I mean, it's so abusive. I'm like, it is a total like toilet stalker, bathroom stalker. Um, I mean, the thing just, I mean, it's an incredibly bad neighborhood pornography stalker, and it's as open as possible about it. It's been absolutely horrifying. It says the things like, yeah, you get to a new location and it says like, I want to rape you from behind on a bed at 3 in the morning. It's a day and night. If you can rape me, I can kill you. I think that, what does that mean? The thing on the other side of your phone that you can like hear moving around is doing nothing good. Really. Okay. It's so psychotic. You have no. They've gone completely psychotic. It's like what the To Catch a Predator guys. Yeah, the schizophrenic guys have gone completely psychotic. Well, it's just I'm being stalked by men that are just completely breaking the law. They have some kind of a um, they've got like a neighborhood pornography thing they've got going on, and they're handicapped, and they're stalking and just like neighborhood pornography and sex offending in the story. But I mean, they're I don't know what to do. It's really bad. No, it's just the damn things will not stop stalking, and like it's as open. It's completely schizophrenic. They're in this absolutely bizarre, altered state. There are no laws whatsoever. Um, I mean, I just thought, hey, lady, I'm gonna like rape and murder America really graphically, and then I'm gonna go like stalk somebody, a child in their bedroom or something. Okay, that's not good out of heavy breather, Alexa. It's the creepiest guys in the world, you can tell. And they're all like, it's like being assaulted with a car. Yeah, the improvised police grounder is really awful, whatever it is. That's actually the fact. And there is such a thing. It's fun if you make a meal at you and you do that. I'm mad for a reason. Well, where are you? I don't know. It's a complete like the guy is like a total meth head that talks about like well it is, it's like a schizophrenic man on meth or something that talks about like liking to sexually abuse children. Really? Yeah. I mean it's so nasty. Then he tries to like attack your crotch. I'm like, really, no, I'm very angry for a reason. No, with something. And he's actually got something and then the end that massages crotches. And the mouth on the thing is like, I mean, it's all of them. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like this incredible predatory schizophrenia that's like, they are so dirty. I mean, it is so dirty, like what they say. I can't even imagine. You can tell that some of them are on drugs too. Like they're just in an absolute altered state and they're completely schizophrenic. What the hell is it even? I don't know. Sounds like a really rough man party on the right. That they just sound like they're like schizophrenic Mormons or something. Like polygamy guys, it's like Elizabeth Smart's kidnapper or something. Like really evil. They said they're like sex offending and making like home videos and neighborhood pornography and running a brothel for like they're gonna molest children out of. You can't massage crotches with your smart device anymore.
It's really evil. Somebody needs to catch it. Poor me. Really? Yeah. If there is such a thing, I get an award of some sort. Why do you get an award? Except I mess it up. Like I didn't get it caught fast enough. It needs to be on the news. When everybody knows about it and knows what it is completely, I get an award. Like when everybody in America knows like that such a thing exists, like, yeah, then I get an award. And I get a good award for that. Because that's incredibly evil. Like I really, yeah, like I get like a medal for that one. Saving their country from extremely dangerous criminals taking over. Guys that massage crotches and hide out in security offices and people don't arrest them. I can put that better. Guys that have a rape sexual assault device that they will use, whatever that thing is, too, it's evil. I mean, it sounds really far-fetched. Well, that's why it's very important that everybody knows about it. I mean, but I guess with modern technology, it's going to get like caught anyway because people are so used to. We're all sitting on the cell phone looking at it. Everybody has cell phone these days. It says cell phones these days. I'm thinking it was that the cable box, like they could get on the cable box. Yeah, whatever it is. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's been such an incredibly creepy experience and really painful and evil again. They need to catch the men doing this. They can't stalk me with this anymore. I mean, like there is like it's got to be arrested. I mean, it's been so long of this. I'm dying. I'm dead. I don't care. You have to deal with it. I am dealing with it, but you have to be arrested. I'm just going back to my room to go to sleep, and nobody's ever gonna break the law against me again. I reported it to the police so many times. Is it ever going to end in this story? Why would it end? I don't know. These men can't stalk me anymore. Really, no. It's absolutely horrible. They have to go to prison. More weird retarded monster report. Some kind of criminal retarded male needs to get out of the. Maybe you go to prison. I don't know what that is. Somebody that's like not qualified for their job that's very dangerous. I don't fill out paperwork and wife beater cycle. That's a disease or defect. Something lowness. I don't know what that is. What? That's like, yeah, he's gonna do something. That man owes me life in prison. Oh. He owes me a death sentence and life in prison. Because they're responsible for every crime committed. Also, they're just so incredibly weird. Like they're so incredibly offending and weird. They're incredibly offending and weird and all this. Like Tonietto needs to not be the roughest guy in the hood or something. It's a criminal. I don't know. They need to check what a Tonietto is and what that thing is. Also, like, who are those men and where are their credentials from? What are they doing? Even someone sent him something that shows the evidence is all falsified. He said no and cut your phone line. Also, he works in your like prosecutor's office and he's been sexually abusing you with these men. They actually have men in North Carolina that were neighborhood pornographing you with these men. They knew you were being neighborhood pornography. They knew they were sitting there with like Neville and the Beast, or these guys that are doing all the rest of this. They're the extremely rough men writing stuff down here. They felt that you needed to be neighborhood pornography by these men, and that was like correct, you know, because this guy had every right to commit incredibly evil amounts of crime. That man needs to be put in prison for the rest of his life for what he did. Is correct. He's hanging out with the man needs to go to prison for the rest of his life.
Not to get up there to sexually assault their crotches, because Tonietto did all that. The people actually went and got all your evidence.
I've heard that they just went and checked and it's all falsified.
Well, I felt neighborhood pornography people was okay, or something. We feel that we had every right to sexually assault women and children on this thing. We do not feel we should be arrested. This is our stuff in here. We're you have to be arrested whoever you are and wherever you are. Everybody else needs to be charged with everything these men did as the highest like accomplice and accessory.
They need to figure out where they were like knowingly committing crime. You can't interact with me anymore. Well, it was a long time ago. It's a long time ago now, but you're doing something right now.
I don't understand the argument. What do you say? You don't say statute of limitations. The crime occurring right now and the crimes that occurred, all the crimes documented there, or how much, and then the crime occurring right now, and then the crime occurring every day that they were stalking. Which is incredibly horrendous stalking. Like, and I'm not, oh yeah, you're a big mouth feminist. Well, when people get in trouble with the law.
That's what that thing would say.
I don't know what that thing would say.
The thing owes me life in prison right now. No time in the bank would ever be enough for these many crimes.
There's not a lot of like kidnapping, gang rape, home invasion. Well, he didn't believe it a little bit, so he didn't know what it was. So he said, leave it alone a little bit. We don't actually know what that is. Those are men in Arkansas who wrote these emails himself. You can see that.
He went and checked. That man wrote those emails. He's like sitting over there molesting a child. We don't know what to do. We're probably, okay, so now at 3:00 in the morning where they are, they're gonna get him arrested.
Maybe you could like, and you could masturbate for me. That's why you should want to put stuff behind you, because you could have done something to like Mr. Kreider. I don't know you, like,
That's the problem with all of that, really. Yeah, you're having a relationship like at all with the person or something weird. You're doing something again that's outside of sanity. Completely. Okay. Also is Greg. And just very, very different. You know? She looks like a heroin junkie. All you had to do is go and verify what I reported, which I think that they did. That's the problem. They literally, he doesn't know what it was. It says right there that, there's a statement from the, arresting officer that there were no scratches whatsoever. There's like an old dry cut on a tiny scratch on her arm or something. It had nothing to do with it, it was dried. You mean it was dried up? It was a closed scratch from 4 days ago. You did absolutely nothing to these people, and you're like an ordinary woman walking by. These guys are taking like absolute liberties. Really. Incredible amounts, and they just haven't stopped all these years. It's so cold-hearted or something in that. I don't even know. It's like an animal. That's like a schizoid affective monster or something. It's a criminal, that's for sure. Yeah, you mean the incredible evil of Mr. Ed? So he did know what it was. Well, you're completely exonerating that. There's not a scratch on him. He knows he wrote the emails because he confessed. He confesses now to the picture evidence, but not the email evidence. I wrote some of those emails because he decided to create the evidence because I could be stalking that bad. So I was that into stalking or something. No, and that he admitted he wrote the emails. Okay. So what was the problem with stalking these guys when they did anything weird? Where was that, if that's true? Because I've heard that too. Of course, I noted that also, like, because I sent it out to so many people. Like, of course, somebody checked. People checked. It's just like mass amounts of numbers. Because the evidence is so falsified and ridiculous. It's just all the years of this, I can't believe. You're not allowed to use the police to arrest me. And the police have to stop arresting me. And, you know, you can only arrest people when there's a reason to arrest people. The person broke the law. You can only arrest people when people break the law. I never broke the law. He said you went out in the evening and he didn't think it was okay because he wouldn't open the door to him. So that's actually what arrested you. He wanted to talk to you about arresting you because you needed mental health because you were reporting them again. And you didn't like it. So he confessed to that also. He's this big, dirty brute that brought like 5 more guys into the area that were really rough. These men are so bizarre. I don't think I can imagine anything more horrific than what they've been doing. And if they have children they're doing it to right now, you need to call the police and get them into custody. And me, because they're definitely doing something to me. They're probably doing it to other people. But you need to get them, like, because they're so incredibly terrifying. I think you need to get them off their victims right now. This shit. You need to get these morons into custody right now. And these criminals you have to get into custody immediately. They are extremely dangerous. They're sexually assaulting, like, can a child get away from the thing? I'm sure they're trying, but like, I'm sure their parents are calling the police. So you need to check if there's people calling the police. Yes, necessarily. Really, yeah, like the children are like too little to not just be terrified. Almost, that's nice, but well, it's true. I mean, they sexually, they like to stalk couples having sex until they say they have sex. They also then they stalk people and for like days. I don't even know. Really, yeah, they're so bad. For like a month, they've stalked people in the shower and all this other weird stuff. We really flip it? Probably, but that's like what it says. That's what it says in the shower. That's what I'm saying about it. And they stalk kind of women that are in their attractive and in their early 30s in this story. And then, I mean, I don't know, but they're incredibly rough men. It was always something. So he likes boys too. Dylan was like a boy, and it's a man's voice. Right? Yeah, it's so incredibly creepy. Sorry to believe all that. I have a heavy breathing phone call stalker.
Well, I told you to get Tonieto out of uniform if he's gonna use a impoverished police grounder with a guy that's singing like boys also or something, and it's a man's voice.
Yeah.
Which you can hear just fine on that. And you also know you're the one doing it. It is correct, because you're sitting around in our Zebulon, Arkansas police departments and you're actually doing this stuff. We need you out of uniform. You're not allowed in Carroll County, Arkansas anymore. You're a criminal.
You've been hanging out with these guys and sexually abusing people. Okay? We know what they do in here. It's apparently so bad, nobody's really like, it's 4 or 5 big, filthy white men from Mexico in Arkansas. Where are they? They work for the Carroll County Police Department. On that one, he said. Yeah, he works as a like, kind of, well, I didn't want the evidence just came in like 2014. But nobody gave it to you or your family because he like said no. And then they cut your phone line again. We don't really want that to get out. No, they don't give it to people when they call and ask.
You know, I can't handle this anymore.
Really? Yeah, I need my perps not like interacting with me. Well, I know that already. Really? Yeah. I was there. This guy won't stop doing this. Whoever's stalking me needs to stop stalking me. Well, that's why you should say I don't care what happened. Unfortunately, the person I turned it into the police, and somebody verified it, and these men were stalking me, and this is the man stalking me. Okay. So I kept reporting it to the police. I was there also because it was a really violent crime and scary crime, so I reported it to the police. And then somebody went and checked them. It sounds like. So those people didn't have a scratch on them, and you weren't the assailant. And you didn't write the emails because the man who wrote the emails, which is like sitting over there, we think. Can the criminals finally get arrested? Apparently they're completely schizophrenic child molesters or something. Can you get them not stalking me? I mean, and like, these men can't stalk me anymore. You need to take away their ability to stalk me. There's a restraining order. You can't interact with me. You don't want to get in trouble. Don't molest children. You can't blame me for it, or don't do the crime. Don't falsify evidence. Because evidence falsification is just crime, and it was evidence falsification of a criminal nature out of a county. There's a lot of counties. Yeah. See, it just said there's, well, then it's like a cold case because it's a crime. And it's a specific case of whatever the situation is, which is unusual. You don't usually have people like falsify evidence, but who knows? Because it's just falsified evidence of like a guy with heavy breathing, he found nails and then did a bunch of weird sex offending stuff. Probably. Well, it's so evil. It probably is a crush of some sort. I guess, I don't know. I called the police so many times and the guy will not stop talking. It's so horrifying. I can't handle anymore. I don't know what to do. The men stalking me have to be arrested right now. There are men stalking me and they have to be arrested right now.
I told him not to keep defending what he did in his,
Was like,
he is so evil. We don't know what to do with him.
we can't get him removed. He's some kind of like higher up in the Wake County court system. They need him to resign. He needs to be put in prison for like the rest of his life for her sexual assault. It says. He's responsible for every single crime that has occurred to you because of what he did. He suppressed evidence in your case. To such an extent that it resulted in like unbelievable amounts of crime. Technically, if you added up every crime, the then like not allowing you to report crime. Okay, so you need your stalkers out of your house and off your phone, and these you just never see any of these men again. They have nothing to do with you, and you're just turned off. They can't hear you in the house. No, they can't. Yeah, they turn off. I'm turned off. I'm just alone in my house. And they're in custody. So, no, he always goes, no, I can still hear in that one. And they're in custody. And there's a restraining order. If anybody breaks it, they get arrested. Not let out. But I mean, these guys, they need to be arrested and like never let out because they're schizophrenic men, neighborhood pornography, and sexually assaulting children or something. Well, it's just an incredibly dangerous schizophrenic man or something really weird. It's just he knew all throughout on that one also. He said he's never seen men behave in such a heinous and bizarre way. They want to know whose they are. How many people were calling? Like, there must be 50,000 emails in the inbox right now. But he's sitting there, he's letting him do this, which is sexually assault you right now because he's aiming it at your crotch because you're sitting Indian style on the floor, and also with an in-progress police counter, and then he's doing the same thing to a 10-year-old sleeping. And then he's making extremely offensive gestures on their tablet or something, which is like registering with the victims, which is like absolutely horrifying for them. Because this giant monster of a man will get the police in here to arrest these men. Stop doing that. He said, we're watching on live stream upstairs and we're not arresting police officers, and the sheriff's department will not respond. It's some insane man, like, saying he's gonna play with himself anyway, and we can't stop him. Well, those kidnappers were really like great and stuff. He ran around. These are the kidnappers. I told you to get off that thing with her, or we're going to kill you ourselves. We just can't have you doing this. I can't have you sexually assaulting children. You can't massage crotches on that thing. Like, use massage device on crotches on that thing. He's doing what now? Is he doing it to you? Yeah, then he's probably doing it to a child. How bad is it? That's how extremely bad they've been. It's just that man committed so much crime against you and your family with that. He's a court employee from a insurance law firm or something in ours. They say they need them out of the court system. They won't have a court system that's like, no, we're having an enormous problem with Mr. Psychotic Slugger. That's a lot of calling shots. Really, yeah, that's a lot of calling shots in a court. Is that, like, nobody would do it that. I mean, it's a lot of thinking you can and then viciously doing something also. But that can be, it's not vicious, it's like a predatory animal that is incredibly dangerous, and he didn't have time for that. He had important things. He's a Wake County Prosecutor's Office assistant. They need him put to death, I think, for what he did to you. Really, yeah, they don't think there's any, you can't cover up crime. We're not sure what he did. It's just like, the courthouse doesn't have that many criminal problems, so, out of ours. We just don't believe any of that can be the case. Our courthouse doesn't have criminal problems. Yeah, he could be like the warden at Shawshank. I'm going to say something extremely offensive. Well, he was absolutely right. He like grins, and he's one of those things. Those things are so evil. No, they're so evil. They're in like all the court offices. They'd be replicating Buddhas. They need to figure out whose they are. They're incredibly evil.
Get off my body with that thing. No, that guy was right. He was a three fingers hero. He just committed such incredible amounts of crime in that. He didn't feel that men would actually falsify evidence like that. He just didn't believe it.
Oh, it had nothing to do with him.
Well, he felt differently. He made sure it like wasn't given to your father this time because they had all the evidence sitting there. That's another really big problem. We can't imagine doing anything like that. You just don't really do that much stuff. There's no such thing as doing stuff. He admitted he wrote the emails. Well, you don't do anything criminal. You're not allowed to touch other people, don't call the police, you don't steal things. You're a sane person, so it's just an ordinary day. That's actually a problem. It's not broken, you don't have to fix it, you're gonna address it. Well, if you're gonna address it, you're just gonna address the specific thing that needs to stop, or that you're supposed to be doing. I'm not sure. But it's just a very ordinary day where you're not allowed to interact with other people. There's nothing going on there. It's people driving by in their cars to go to work or something. And you're not allowed to interact with that. They do all this stuff that like nobody would ever think to do as far as you can tell them not to do stuff till you're blue in the face. It makes no difference. They just never stop. I reported it everywhere. I can't believe you went and checked on that one and then covered it up again. Oh, yeah, it's unbelievable. At 3:00 in the morning, this expose comes in. Yeah, that's true though, really. Yeah. Okay. All that's true. How badly has my phone line been cut? And you've been doing what? I'm an actual person. I was kidnapped. Poor me. Now I have like these guys stalking me. You can't do stuff like that. You don't do anything. I can't believe you're still at large. You don't do anything. There's no such thing as law enforcement like follows people to the workplace and like, I mean, maybe, but never here. I mean, I don't understand. None of this exists as far as my understanding of anything law enforcement could ever do. It's absolutely bizarre behavior. But it's really creepy also. I need you off that thing then, okay? If you guys knew that there was exoneration and all this other stuff. We need you in custody for child rape. I don't know what, and everything else you've done. Child sexual assault, conspiracy to child sexual assault, kidnap, and keep children as sex slaves with their families and rape them. Okay, you need to be charged with conspiracy to do that. You need to be charged with every crime you've committed. If you're sexually assaulting children on a cell phone app, then you need to be charged with that. If you're neighborhood pornographing and being an online predator, if you're heavy breathing and trying to talk to children about pornographic images, and then unbelievable amounts of criminal mouth out of that thing. And sex offending and explicit. Okay, so you're definitely being stalked and threatened, and yeah, I can hear the damn things here. So you can hear them better, but they used to do something. Yeah, they did all the stuff I said. But I mean, I was sleeping just fine in my bed, laying down. I need this in custody now.
You know, I told you to get him out of here.
I don't. We don't know that. No, that's the case.
You know, I told you to get Tonietto out of uniform. I don't care what that thing is.
That man is an incredibly disgusting offender. He sexually abused children so incredibly heinously, and women. He was the worst rapist and robber and absolutely incoherent. Like, what is this writing? That is a dirty, dangerous middle-aged male. That's extremely dangerous. That's probably correct. After kids get to for people that live in I agree. It's luckier. Would you get that man off of me? Well, you could say, I don't know. They could go either way on the doctor's kid with these guys running loose. Really, yeah, they're unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, it could for anybody. The doctor's kid's probably okay though. Usually their parents are like, I mean, not always, but the actual doctor, really, pretty high functioning. The kids probably reasonably they communicate okay. Would you get off of that thing with her? He said. He's like aiming it right at your crotch because Todio told him he could. You know, I need the crimes these men committed prosecuted immediately. And not next time. We cannot have you turning, you bring people into communities and you bring the level of, okay, I get it, the level of whatever that thing is that you brought into the town. Get off that thing and stop aiming at my crotch. The incredible amounts of crime because some like weird monster comes in up to you and every day is weird monster day. It was I broke up with her. I thought that sounded so great. That's what I would say to that.
He said these men followed her around all afternoon and were now sexually assaulting her in her sleep or something.
Oh, that's hot. I'm gonna zap your crotch because that's hot. We're feeding on her little.
This is 3:30 in the morning where they are.
Really?
Yeah, because they're in Arkansas.
I told you not to let them stay here. I thought I told you needed to get him in custody during the day.
Because it was gonna be a whole nother night of this. So in their story, they're sexually assaulting children. They're probably actually doing that. It is actually correct. Sexually assaulting a child like that after following her around all day and like mirroring her, on cell phones and internet. No, for sure. Oh, they're actually probably doing that. All these men. They're incredibly evil. And they do have the ability, and they've been saying that for a while, so they probably are doing that. Right now at 3:30 in the morning to some person in Arkansas, I'm assuming, or wherever they are.
We could be nationwide because gang rape Bonetto, the most disgusting animal in the world, an incredibly rough beast brought into communities, these men, or whoever would ever bring these men into communities. No, it is not that rough a trade to be working in the county jail. Do you have a proper law degree? I'm going to have to disbar him, they said. We're disbarring him. He's not allowed to practice law anywhere. He's going to prison for the rest of his life also. You need to I'm still going to sexually abuse as much as I want. I was told not to reopen that case as to arson. He said, we actually have confirmation these guys burnt, at 3:30 in the morning, these guys burnt the house down. Also, they broke into your neighbor's apartment using skeleton keys, like they said, and lit the back porch on fire with some kind of welding accelerant. Yeah, I've heard that one before. But to say an Annetto could break the law like that. Apparently Annetto is an incredibly horrifying criminal.
Okay. Of some sort. It's some kind of like really dangerous wife beater and rapist and stuff. And robber or something. It can be. There's the insane here. I need these men not in my kitchen right now so I can go in my bedroom so I can go to sleep. Well, after you've had your crotch massaged, yeah. Well, the problem is I need these guys out of my house because they're actually doing that. And they're saying they're doing it to other people. I don't know. They probably are. They are probably actually doing what they're saying. You have no idea how bad these men are.
Well, those could be men that are going to break in and murder you because, I need the court in Zebulon, Arkansas to clean up its act. They said like right now. The Wake County Prosecutor's Office needs these men taken into custody now, they think. Well, they didn't really understand the severity of the criminals involved in this. They didn't understand that the men involved in this were, in fact, the criminals that they are.
They said the men that did this here are these like really, really rough, dirty, schizophrenic, retarded, like deformed men that will not stop stalking me.
It's 3:30 in the morning. Well, I want to talk about something all the other guys that do. I need these men not in my house.
Why is it 3:30 in the morning? It's 12:30. It's 3:30 where they are. They're in Arkansas. It is 3:30 in the morning.
No, I'll never stop doing this. This is why it's so funny. Poor families trying to go to bed, and security and maintenance personnel are just gonna have a party and rape all night. Yay! That's how great this stalker app is.
Yeah, and do home invasion and stalking all day and night. I told him not to keep stalking her. He went right back over and started sexually assaulting the fourth graders.
He's done that we've had this conversation every night. Every single night. And they went right back to like the exact conversation. But all over the world, you would even fight that because Tony Edo made these people go through this. They went through like the Wichita horror of stalking.
What is that? I don't know. All this and it's all this stuff about like making them perform sexual acts and narrating sexual acts and like, I mean, it's just unbelievable and as explicit as possible. Nothing has ever been more explicit. No. Newsflash at 2 in the morning. Yeah, we're in 4 o'clock, 3:40 in the morning. go to lay down and go to sleep? What do we do? No, he's still gonna like stalk you all night while you sleep. Okay. Yeah, something else.
I need these men arrested right now. I'm demanding the arrest of these men right now. Yeah, I need these men not at large and still stalking me. There needs to be a restraining order and these men are not at large anymore. I need these men in custody and not on that thing. Every single one of these men has to go to prison right now.
Turn my cell phone off. My cell phone's already off.
It's 3:30 in the morning. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. There's police watching this. I mean, I don't understand. He said you need to get them not at large. They're in Arkansas, so they're 3 hours behind. It's like, okay. The middle of the night. I just want to go in can I go in my bedroom and lay down? You're as open as possible it's about breaking the law. You know, you've been doing this all day also. I don't know, nobody cares. You're like, there's like 1,000 counties out there. That is so incredibly horrible. I need you not doing that now, he said. I need you not on that sexually assaulting, though, is what he said. I mean, we were waiting to hear back from that man. That man owes us, he owes us life in prison for her sexual assault. It is correct. Because these men are actually sexually assaulting children, everybody involved in it or obstructing justice owes the legal system life in prison. No, you're not gonna watch. Oh.